Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors regular meeting on May 15th, 2024 at 5 p.m. at Saddleback Valley in Lake Forest. Our teleconference locations are Oxford Preparatory Academy, South Orange County. And moving on to public comment opportunities. Members of the public may make comments at regular meetings of the board of directors regarding closed session items, agendized items, and non-agendized items. Comments may be made in person or via Zoom teleconference. Please turn in your comments cards to the executive assistant, Carolyn. Requests for comment may also be submitted via electronic submission or email. Submissions must be received prior to the start of the applicable community input time. If members of the public wish to email comments to be read at the meeting, please email them by 5 p.m. on May 15, 2024. Public comments, including email comments, shall be limited to 3 minutes per comment, with up to 20 minutes public comment per topic on the agenda. Reasonable accommodation. With at least 48 hours notice, any individual with a disability who requires reasonable accommodation to participate in the board of directors meeting may request assistance by contacting Geraldine. Video and audio recordings of the meeting will be posted on the OPA website approximately 24 to 48 hours after the meeting. The public may attend the board meeting via in person or via Zoom webinar at 320-324-6235. Call the meeting to order. The meeting is called to order by the board vice president at 5:08 p.m. Roll call vote. Member Archibald.
Present.
Member Magoo is absent. Dr. Smith.
Present.
And member Travis is present as well. Moving on to item B, approval of the agenda for the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on May 15, 2024. It is recommended that the Board of Directors approve the agenda for the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on May 15, 2024. I believe there's a request to pull, may I please get a motion?
I make a motion to pull item C1 or 1C.
Okay,
So, well, I also see a spelling error on item D2. So I think we need to amend to make sure it says approved health. So the motion should include that and any other changes.
So do you want to pull D2 from the consent as well, or do you just want it to be in the consent to be changed to the correct spelling?
That's fine.
Okay. All right.
So we're making a motion
To approve the agenda with pulling item C1 and changing item D2 to approve health with the correct spelling. May I have a motion for that?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Community input on closed session agenda items. Members of the public may comment on items listed in closed session agenda only. To address the board, please fill out a request to address the board of directors submitted online or in person prior to the start of the meeting. When called upon, state your name. Whether you have children attending open schools, comments will not exceed 3 minutes per individual. Comments will be accepted for a total of 30 minutes per closed session. A speaker may not relinquish their time to another person. All meetings are recorded via Zoom. Do we have any closed session community input items?
I have none.
Yeah.
I do not have them.
Okay, perfect. With that being done, we will move to closed session for discussion and possible action for 3 items. First is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant of 54956.9B, 2 cases. B, public employee discipline, dismissal and release, code 54957, and C, public employee performance evaluation, 54957, title executive director. That being said, we will move to close. All righty. Well, good evening, everybody. Thank you all for coming to our regular board meeting of Oxford Preparatory Academy. Our meeting will reconvene to open session at 7:22 p.m. There is no public report of action taken in closed session. Next up, I'd like to invite two of our students up, Sophia Mansori and Alexandra, I think that's right. Alessandra Norona. And if they could come up and lead us in the flag. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right. We are very fortunate this evening to have several recognitions on our agenda. I'd like to first invite up our middle school girls volleyball team. So we're going to, so you guys will be standing here for a few minutes. Are you okay with that? Yes. We're going to do a few words first, and then your coach is going to actually introduce. So, okay, so tonight we are very excited to celebrate the spirit of achievement and dedication that thrives within our OPA student body. We are going to take a moment to recognize the hard work, perseverance, and countless hours of dedication by our middle school girls volleyball team, our middle school girls basketball team, our multilingual students, our cyber patriot team, as well as our intermediate STEM Teacher of the Year, Erin Polk. It is through their accomplishments of all of our students that we are reminded of the transformative power of education and the boundless potential that resides within our champions. So at this moment, I'd like to call Ms. Burdette up to the podium to talk a little bit about the team.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for all being here this evening. We are so proud to speak about our amazing teams this evening. We were blessed to be part of the Orange County Charter School League, of a competitive sports league this year. We got to compete in several sports. This evening, we are recognizing our volleyball girls and our basketball girls for their achievements in the sport. But I would really like to start by recognizing the efforts of our coach, Alex, who our athletic director, Coach Barton. Their countless hours of dedication to our sports team really made us competitive this year and really allowed us to enjoy our sports. And I'm going to allow Coach Alex to speak a little bit more about our girls and their accomplishments this year.
Yeah, so our girls had a lot of energy this year, and they worked really hard to get where they got to. I would say this group was one of the silliest, funniest, always giggling during practices, even during games, they're cheering each other on, and we became like a really good family. I'm happy for these girls, so let's give them a round of applause. All right, so our first one, Julia, always brought energy and always had a smile on her face. Okay, this is Nikki. Nikki was one of our hardest workers. She started for us, had really good passing and really good skills. So. Erin. Erin was one of our starters. She had really good serves and one of our captains. This is Sophia. Sophia always had a smile on her face. She's always a hard worker at practice. She came back from an injury, and we're really proud of her. This is Hannah. Hannah's one of our funniest, athletes, always talking, making jokes, always supporting our team. Sophia again, she's one of our loudest. Also worked really hard during practicing. Now this is Nico. Nico is the starter for us. He's also one of our captains. He had a lot of great skills. He had a really great birthday cake in a semifinal game. All right, this is Cammy. Cammy's one of our silliest, funniest, goofiest. She had the last point for our championship game. This is Haley. Haley was one of our loudest. She was also one of our captains. She always let us talk during our chants at the end of the game. So give it up for Haley. This is Allison. Allison is also one of the funniest, goofiest, and silliest. She improved a lot this year, and I'm really proud of her. She also played soccer for us. So this is Jay. Jay improved a lot this year. He played soccer for us. She had a good time. This is Bailey. Bailey played basketball and volleyball. One of our hardest workers as well. Really proud of it. And this is Jana. Jana always had a smile on her face too. Always was giggling during our practices. Had a great time. Kayla was probably our most improved. All the girls love supporting Kayla and really happy to have her.
Our championship girls volleyball. We're going to give you a wonderful photo opportunity. So the process will be each of our groups will come up and we'll say a little bit. And then after we do that, our board of directors, our executive director can come up. We will take a photo. That is right now. And then we'll be seated for the next group. All groups will stay in the room until we congratulated everyone, and then we have some refreshments. We'll help you along the way. Come on in the photo. That's great, right? No, I'm. Calling our basketball team to our students who have excelled in for our girls basketball championships. Yay, so once again, we're proud to celebrate the silliness and the goofiness and the fact that we've reined all that energy into girls championship basketball team. So basketball girls. So once again, a little bit more background. As our first year in our competitive league, all of our girls volleyball and basketball played 6 different charter schools in very competitive games. And so this year, our basketball joined our volleyball girls as league champions for the very first year. So congratulations. And once again, we would love to invite Coach Alex, our championship coach, back up to the stage.
All right, once again, great personalities, funny, silly during practices, always supported each other. We had great sportsmanship after every single game, which I really love. And first we have Faith. Faith was our lefty, had a great shot, one of our leaders on the team. And always supported every girl on our team. Haley was one of our point guards. She had amazing ball handling skills and she led us to victory. So. And Kara, her twin, also led us to victory. She was one of our shooting guards. Always was raining threes. She helped us win our championship. So, this is Melly, who's our power forward. She always worked hard during practices. I think she improved a lot this year. So proud of her. So give it up for Melly. This is Bailey. Bailey was one of our captains. She brought the energy to every single game, every single practice, and she helped everyone improve during our game. Next we have Ramika. Ramika always had a smile on her face, was willing to learn. I was really proud of her for how far she came during our basketball season, so give it up for Ramika. Next we have Alessandra. Alessandra was always willing to learn, always asking questions during practices, always had a smile on her face, always making jokes. Give it up for Alessandra. This is Sophie. Sophie came into our basketball team not knowing much of basketball, but at the end of the season, she loved it. So, next we have Colette. Colette actually got injured at the beginning of the season, but she came back and helped us win our championship. Next we have Leah. Leah was always listening during practices, worked hard. She helped with winning the championship as well. She was a power forward and always helped, always helped. Next we have Vikia. Vikia was our shooting guard, always smiling during games, super competitive. If she missed a shot, she was like, ah, dang it. We're so happy to have her.
So not only are we here to celebrate our awesome athleticism here in OPA, but the next group we'd like to call up really demonstrates resilience as well as academic excellence. So I would like to call our coordinator of English Learner Services, and she's going to celebrate some of our reclassified multilingual students. Yes.
Okay, can I have Juan, Julia, Sammy? Come on up. Mama? Okay, and Malak, is she? here yet? Okay, all right. So, I have the best job. And what I get to do is work with students who come to us that are multilingual. So they speak more than one language and often have a home language that is, well, not English. And so what we do is we work on English language skills throughout the school year in all 3 schools. So we're recognizing the accomplishments of our students that have achieved what we call in kind of an old-fashioned way, English proficiency. But we're all learning English, so they're part of a program where we're supporting them and talking about like the English language, maybe in relationship to their home language. And we talk a lot about culture and communication. And sometimes it's, again, really silly, it makes it sound like we're really fun in school, which we are. So anyway, one of the, and what happens is there are 4 qualifications to reclassify out of the English learner program to be considered English language proficient. So one is that they get a 4 on the annual test. The second is that they score high on the state tests, or what are the iReady test, what's that called? Like, I've lost all my language. And then the third, and what I consider to be one of the most important qualifications, are the communication between ourselves and the families. Like, do you feel that your child is making good progress with their English? And so I do a lot of communication with families. We talk with the student, like, how's it going? And then the 4th component is the teacher. So we always talk with teachers. In one case, he had 1 teacher this year, but we might talk to all of his different teachers, his PE teacher, his world language teacher. What is his progress like? And so with those 4 components, we can, reclassify them. So this is exciting. I have Juan, and Juan was at a different site last year, a different school, and came to us. It's brand new, which is so fun. He's in 4th grade, and he's in Mrs. Romero's class, and he scored a 4 on that test last year. And so when he came in, what I always do is I kind of just wait a little bit and see how's it going in 3rd grade, and he is rocking it. So I want to give Juan his award and a huge round of applause. I have 2 students, 3 students that aren't here, and I just want to mention that Gia Ganache also came to us. She's in 1st grade at SOC, and she came to us and she also had a 4. We waited, she tested out. She might be online tonight. I know, thought maybe Dad was here. Dad? Yes? She's out of the country. That's so exciting. Thank you. Okay, great. Thank you so much. So Gia's father's accepted. And then we had Malak Alberbari, and she came to us as a 6th grader from a different site. She's in our middle school, and she also had a 4. And I kind of, she was like, oh, they don't. And I'm like, no, we're celebrating you. So anyway, she's awesome. Couldn't make it tonight, but we're gonna celebrate her anyway. So Milwaukee, maybe not fun. And a student that I've had for a long time is not here this evening, but her name is Melanie Beltry, and she's worked very, very hard to get her grades up and keep her grades up and get a 4 on that test. She's in 8th grade. She'll be in high school next year, so I want to give her a shout out. Okay. And then these two friends, Julie Montoya, she's with me since 6th grade. She came to us from a dual language immersion school in Spanish and English. And I got to know the family really well. It's been really fun to get to know your family. And Julia has made like so many leaps and bounds, and it's just been so fun to watch her progress. So she's, you know, one thing about not being an EL and multilingual learner when you're in high school is that gives you a little bit more freedom to choose your classes. So I'm excited for your journey forward. Yeah, Samantha Martinez, I've loved Samantha. She came to us when we were in COVID. I won't say you were in 5th grade. And so, you know, masks, it was just hard, we were online, but she showed up, she really made an effort, and we, you know, I don't know if many of you were here, we were online a lot, right from the beginning. And she made exceptional progress online. Her older sister also Archa. And so Sammy's been with us and working really hard and working on your grades. And I know we have, you know, she just puts in so much effort and energy, and her family is right there with her, and it's just been really fun. I need to actually lose these children, but I need to have you go to this. So.
You would like, Mr. Gad, Mr. Wright, if you want to. I wanted to put this.
I can't wear your glasses? Okay. So we have 2 more celebrations. We're going to have our Cyber Patriot group. I'm going to tell you a little bit about what that will look like. And then we will have our STEAM Teacher of the Year. So for our Cyber Patriots, we have a large group here. We're going to have them stand and be recognized after I introduce the wonderful advisor and parent that really helps to spearhead this. We will bring up our winning team up here for some recognition, as well as we have an individual student to recognize. And then we're going to bring everyone up for a group photo and make sure we can do that. So I'd like to start by introducing and calling up Karen Naranja. She told me, Karen Naranja, sorry about that. And we want to thank you for your service to OPA and bringing this wonderful opportunity to our champions. 3 years ago when I came here, we met, we talked about this, and you've been kind of running the show and helping all of our students, as you can see here, experience this wonderful opportunity of competing with the Cyber Patriots. So just a little summary of what these students do.
is this group, they learn and they compete in the area of cybersecurity. They partner with Troy High School and Saddleback College in order to do that. They find and fix cybersecurity vulnerabilities in virtual operating systems. They're developing real world and employable skills in the meantime. So at this time, if we could have all of our cyber patriots, I think you're all here. If anyone isn't, you can come on over, stand up and be recognized. All right, so we're going to have Ms. Nerona would like to say a few words before we call up our winning team.
I'm sorry. Don't know anything about cybersecurity. No, and I just happened to come across a great program, and I'm thankful to OPA for allowing us to do this. Those kids they all start by speaking bro. They don't know cyber, and they tell me that all the time. They're like, I don't know anything, bro, but they end up talking like kids who know cybersecurity, and I'm so proud of them. They stuck through things that they couldn't figure out, and that was so hard for them. And now when they talk to their teachers online, they're students at UCLA, Cal Poly Pomona, UC Riverside, and they're amazing kids because they can hold up their conversations with leaders. So I'm grateful because you can bring a program to school, but unless the kids do it, it won't happen. So I'm really thankful for them. But now we're up to 19, and we've managed 9 teams with Irvine Unified School District and Saddleback Unified School District and OPA. And OPA, out of all of the middle schools, has the largest number of cybersecurity students.
Not only do we have the largest number of students, but one of our teams, and they named themselves this, I did not name them the nerds, but the nerds, 4 of our students, they won the Cyber Patriot Award for the outstanding middle school team. So at this time, I would like to call up co-captains, Alessandra Nerona, as well as Sophie Mansouri. We have Diego Stacoliaza. Before we take our photo, we also have a very special student. He is actually the captain of a different team, the captain of Team Hector. Carter Segota was awarded the Cyber Patriot Middle School Distinguished Competitor from the whole thing. Bringing them up here with their awards, Miss Dr. Kermit, we get the other, we'll get that, the other award. These are some nice awards that they won, and then we'll bring everyone up here for a photo. And we're getting there. Okay, so if you'd like to come up for a photo. Oh, we're gonna bring them all up for a photo, yes. Yes, come on up, come on up. So. Well, let's take the photo. Yeah. And then we'll introduce. Yes. Yeah, that's supposed to be up in the beginning. But I'll do it. Yeah, no. Yes, I will. We have teachers. Oh.
Wait, double. I just wanted to take the name for you, right? They'll never know. Okay, Myra and Ella, Sophie, Diego, Abhinav, Priyash, Sohan, Michael, Zephyr, Matthew, Alessandra, Akshara, Zayati, Ara, Carter, Adi, and my 8th graders have been with me for 3 years, and that's Akshara, Jayati, Abhinav, Diego, Priyash, Alessandra, and Michael. Yeah, Matthew. Congratulations.
Last but not least, we do have one more celebration. So at this time, we're going to call it Miss Burdette, and she and I are both going to say a few words about this individual. So we saw an email come out asking, do you have a STEAM teacher or a STEM teacher that you want recognized? And this contest was AFA, it's the Air and Space Force Association, chapter 147. And we said, we have that person. And so we worked together, Dr. Kerming, Ms. Burdette, and myself, to put together a package to surprise, and she knows now, but also to recognize our amazing middle school STEM teacher, Miss Erin Kolk. So if you'd like to come down. We're going to say a few more words. I have to say, when I came here 3 years ago, I was given a few tasks, and one was to start a STEAM program where there was none. And Ms. Kolk, I think, was one of my first hires while I was in OPA, and she built and helped to build the STEAM programs at all 3 schools. I consider her a leader. She is such a joy to work with in her classroom. There's always innovative hands-on activities. And you're just wonderful. I'll call Ms. Burdette, who wants to say a few words as well.
Yes, so same thing. I came from a background of science and STEAM, so we've gotten to know each other really well. So I just wanted to read a little bit of what we wrote for her nomination that got her this award. So in terms of Ms. Polk, as a passionate advocate for innovative teaching methods and a dedicated mentor, Ms. Polk has transformed the learning experience for our students and inspired a lifelong love for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Her commitment to increasing student interest and engagement in STEM subjects is truly commendable. She provides real tools and hands-on experiences that have created a dynamic learning environment where students are actively involved in their education. She recognizes the importance of connecting classroom learning to future careers, empowering students to see the relevance of STEAM subjects in the real world. One of her most impactful strategies is actually allowing students the freedom to explore STEAM topics at their own pace and interest. Through collaboration and mentoring, she fosters a supportive community where students feel empowered to take ownership of their learning journey. Moreover, Ms. Kolk ensures that our students have access to the tools and materials necessary to foster innovation and creativity, whether through high-tech resources like 3D CAD drawing and printers, or low-tech activities such as upcycling materials to create new inventions. Ms. Kolk also employs innovative teaching methods that inspire curiosity and critical thinking in students. From using robots like Ozobots and Raspberry Pi to teaching about hydraulic systems and earthquake engineering, she's created immersive learning experiences that spark interest and have deepened her understanding. For example, she recently challenged students to design and 3D print a bulldozer to fit around an Ozobot, integrating coding skills with hands-on engineering. Ms. Kolk exemplifies the qualities of an exceptional educator, constantly striving to innovate and inspire the next generation of our STEM leaders. She is truly an asset to our OPA community. So this concludes our celebrations. We've had a lot to celebrate, not only the academic achievements, but the resilience, the innovation, the creativity, everything that makes OPA so special. At this time, we're going to take a brief break for the board meeting. We have some refreshments that are out these two side doors that we invite our families to come out, have a few refreshments, and in about 10 minutes, we will resume our board meeting. You're welcome to come back in or to go home and do homework or whatever. Thank you very much. Oh, and yes. Wait,
On behalf of the board, we just want to thank each of you for coming out, and it's amazing that we can recognize all of your accomplishments this evening. It's always great to see our OPA kids and parents and our community at these meetings. Thank you. All right. Well, thank you all for a lovely reception. We are going to proceed to the items for presentation and discussion. And our first item is school update with the OPA middle school.
Great, good evening, everybody. Thank you to our amazing board and our executive cabinet. Dr. Fricker, welcome. I am here to present some updates from the middle school. We were very blessed to have an amazing town hall meeting last week where we got to inform our middle school community on some of the celebrations that we had on our first year at Open Middle School and some of our forward thinking for next year. And I'm here to celebrate just some of the things that have happened recently that we didn't get to share even at our town hall meeting. So first of all, there you go. There we go. So one of the things that we were very proud of is we have been working on molding some of the long-term standing traditions of OPA into some new traditions for OPA Middle School. And so one of the traditions we started to play with this year was our majors. And we decided at the middle school level that we were going to really focus on what the word majors meant. And we started a career and college readiness focus. And we've started our very first career day where we had 18 speakers from a very wide variety of industries, parents, community members, staff members come and present. And it was a very successful day. All of our students got to see 6 different speakers over the course of the morning. And one of the things we're looking forward to elevating our practices next year is we are going to be adding a college visit for each of our grade levels. So students will be able to visit a community college, a public university, and a private university over the 3 years at OPA so that they can see the wide variety of opportunities that are in our local community, as well as explore some of the true majors that they might be interested in as they explore career pathways. There we go. So the other item that we presented this year was at our annual open house. We had our 8th grade students present their annual OPA capstone project. So just a little background on our capstone. The purpose of our capstone is for our champions to reflect upon their progress in each of their core competencies through the lens of our multiple intelligences during their time at OPA. The culmination of our OPA capstone project is an 8th grade project where they present and highlight their strengths and growths over their years at OPA. So the core competencies that they focus on are critical thinking, collaboration, communication, character, creativity, and civic engagement and world readiness. So I would like to welcome Sophie Mansouri and Rimike Omolewu. I keep practicing this. It is a beautiful name and very hard to say. And they are going to actually present a little bit about their capstone projects that they presented at Open House.
And then there's also creativity, collaboration, and civic engagement. And then some example of like what the capstone project is all about. So for example, this was one of the projects we did last year where we were supposed to create a video based on and create a little animation. And that showed creativity, character, and especially communication and collaboration. Because you have to work with other people.
So these kind of represent like who a champion is all about. And incorporate these into the projects. Thank you.
So one of the next steps that we are working on is we are starting to put together 8th grade exit interviews. It's going to take place on May 29th. And all of our 8th grade students are going to be able to present components of their capstone project and also reflect upon their experiences at Open Middle School and talk about long-term goals as they enter their high school years. So we're excited for that new experience. We have another very exciting event that just happened. So our computer lab has been a long time in the making. It is a beautiful computer lab with very high-tech equipment that is supporting our coding classes, our computer science classes, and our esports classes. So over the past year, we have spent 10 hours setting up very interesting furniture. So there are gaming chairs that support the students in different positions as they are playing games and also as they are coding. Our tech team has spent over 4 hours setting up monitors, 4 hours setting up our very customized towers. They've included cable management, working with data cords, power, and peripherals, which has taken over 6 hours. They've worked on imaging our computers, making sure all of our safety filters, installation, apps, updating, over 35 hours of work putting that into place. They had to upgrade network switches, configurations, and ports over 2 to 3 hours. They've updated electrical breakers with more outlets along the room to improve data drops for our support. That was 16 hours. They've run data cables to all 28 PCs, over 8 hours of work for that. And then they just finalized security surveillance for the computer lab. We've installed outside cameras and again, updated the network inside, over 6 hours of work. So I just want to really give a big round of applause for our IT team who has made this happen. And as you can see, the computers are all up and running, and the kids this past week have really gotten to really dive into this new experience. We just got to celebrate a big milestone. Our marching band was invited to Anaheim Stadium with the Angels to play the national anthem. So they got to march out on outfield, and there was a bunch of our teachers there present as we got to celebrate them in the outfield. They were up on the big screen as they played the national anthem. So hopefully this works. And I'd like to play a quick video of their performance. Can you hit play for me, pretty please?
Let's hear for these fans from all around Southern California.
So that was a really amazing experience. It was really fun for us as staff to be out in the outfield as they marched out, cheering them along. They were cheering and celebrating as they left. But they joined about 12 other middle schools from Orange County in the playing, and that was Mr. T, our amazing music director, who was directing the band. So we just got to receive our 7th graders back. We just sent 115 students. You'll notice a very special individual right in the middle of the picture. That is our wonderful Kayla. So she and all of our 115 students were enjoying Catalina on their 7th grade overnight camp field trip. They snorkeled, they learned about ecology, marine biology, they dissected mackerel. Some had funny faces as they did it. They hiked, they had fun, they made s'mores, and they made really great relationships with their peers. So it was an amazing experience. They poured off the buses this afternoon at about 2 o'clock, completely exhausted, but received in hugs by all the moms and dads as they came back. So quite an amazing experience for our students that just got back today. So just a couple points that I'm excited to talk about. I've been here since October, and there's been a lot of, well, next year, I'm really excited about doing this. And we've accomplished a lot this year. There's a lot of things that we're really looking forward to next year when we can be here for the entire year getting set up. So again, I mentioned a little bit, like even just closing out this year, we're closing with 8th grade exit interviews and capstone presentations. And I think this is a really great culminating event for our 8th graders to really embark into the realm of high school and start to really experience how to present themselves in the real world. We are implementing WEB, our Where Everyone Belongs program, to implement a 6th grade transition support program. So we just recruited in uprising 8th grade, so our current 7th grade students. So our current 8th graders that are coming in next year will be leading as mentors our incoming 6th graders. So they are going to be trained over the summer to be mentors. They're going to be trained to present a big orientation to our 6th graders, really embrace them and be a support group to these kiddos as they come into middle school and help them transition in a positive manner and know that they have upperclassmen to support them. We have amazing summer bridge programs Dr. Henry has put together. A lot of this not only is supporting intervention and supporting bridging gaps, but it's also bridging students who want to accelerate, as well as providing programs for our leadership students to train them for next year to really build our school spirit. We just implemented student-led clubs in the spring, and we're looking forward to a fall club rush where we really can get students to start thinking about what are you excited about, what are you passionate about, and how can you become leaders on campus and provide other activities for students to become involved in. We're looking forward to increasing our school spirit. We have lots of great ideas for that. Increasing our university branding. Again, I mentioned our majors program. We've implemented our career day, and we're looking to implement college tours for all 3 grade levels, 6th through 8th. We just received a lot of materials for increased lunchtime activities, again, to give kids more outlets and opportunities to really just expand their energy and have other ways to connect to other students during lunchtime. And then we're starting to work with our counselor on regular parent workshops on how to really transition to middle school and how to navigate the transition from elementary to middle to high school. Upcoming events, there's a lot in a very short period of time. So we're excited to announce that next week we have our cross country league finals. It's our final competitive season of the year for our sports. More importantly, we have a lot of end of the year active 8th grade activities. So again, 8th grade exit interviews are in 2 weeks. We have our 8th grade promotion dance, which kind of kicks off our end of the year 8th grade activities, Knott's field trip. We have a new activity, which is unique. On June 4th, we are doing homeroom Olympics, and this is kind of a spearhead for what we are looking to work on next year to increase school spirit. So we're having homerooms compete all day in a variety of activities that we are calling Olympics. And then next year, we're hoping to implement monthly homeroom competitions that will culminate in our homeroom Olympics. And we're hoping that that will really build our university theme, university spirit, and school spirit. We have field day through PE, which is all grade levels. And then we have our final day of school is jam-packed with academic achievement awards, our 8th grade clap out, maybe a mysterious flash mob by teachers that might include some sort of Justin Timberlake and sing song I've heard. I have to learn it. And then finally, we are so blessed that we were able to reserve Laguna Hills High School and their amazing stadium for our promotion ceremony that will take place at 3 o'clock on June 6th. And that will end our first year at OPA Middle School. So thank you all for all of your support. It's been an amazing year. We couldn't have done it. Our incredible staff and our executive board has been incredible with the support and all of you. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Okay, thank you, Maggie. Next, fiscal update.
All right, good evening. We are going to jump right into income statement summary for OPA Middle School as of March 31st, 2024. As you look at the blue column, the actuals, it's being blocked, but it's about a deficit of $172,000 there. And just to give you an idea of what happened during the month of March. So for revenue, the middle school brought in just under $941,000. And as far as expenses, money going out, it was about just under or a little over $559,000. And so if you recall, in February, the middle school had a higher net deficit. And so finally, you know, in March, the middle school is catching up with its revenue, given that it's in its first year of operation. So the money's coming along and catching up. And so in March, just for the month of March, there was a net increase of $381,000, bringing a year-to-date net deficit of $172,000. And just to so everybody is aware, the middle school did draw on the line of credit of $600,000, and this is to help meet year-end and summer financial obligations. And this was discussed and approved with Finance Committee as well. Moving on to OPA Saddleback Valley, we are looking at a positive 239,000 net income through the month of March. And looking at revenue and expenses, Saddleback Valley brought in just under $921,000 in revenue there. Expenses of about $585,000, bringing for the month of March a net increase of $335,000, which brings to a year-to-date net income of $239,000. Now for South Orange County, we are looking at a healthy net income of $201,000 net income through the month of March. And so for revenue here, it looks a little bit different than the other two schools. So for revenue, it only brought in $388,000 on expenses. Money going out was about $799,000. So for March, for SOC, we had a net decrease of just under $411,000, but still bringing a year-to-date net income of a positive $202,000. I don't think you can ask.
So was that extreme difference this month in revenue that's expected? Or was there something?
So part of it had to do with the LCFF revenue. If you see there, it's really low. And that's because our authorizing district capital basically had overpaid us in the property tax through the month of February. So in March, we received a very low amount of in lieu property tax that was due to us through the month of March. And that just has to do with P1 numbers versus P2 numbers coming up shortly. So that was a reason for that, for the significant lower revenue with SOC.
We don't expect, but that's not a trend.
That's not a trend now. Yes, yeah. Thank you. Okay, so here I'm going to share with you, this is one of your action items, it's action item E. Further in the agenda, this is the food services management contract with Revolution Foods. And so Revolution Foods submitted their bid. Our RFP that was put out included an estimated annual number of meals for breakfast at just under $31,000 and an annual estimated number of meals that we will be serving for lunch at just under 62,000 meals. And so the cost for each meal, here we have breakfast at a $3 per meal cost, which is a 22% increase from our current cost. For lunch, we will be the cost there is $4.30, and there's no increase there. The cost remain the same for the lunch for next year. And then the hourly cost for hiring a server with Food Revolution Foods will be $26.50, which is a 21% increase from the current cost with our current vendor. And so we are estimating a total annual cost of $387,257. So we are switching vendors from Fresh Start currently who we have. We are recommending to move over with Revolution Foods. And so below here, I just also wanted to highlight some key factors with this process. Prior to the release of the RFP in February, CDE has to approve and review all of our document, our process, our schedule of events. So This has been in the making since going back to November, December, so it's a lengthy process. And so some key highlights here, the RFP was released on February 5th. There was a mandatory food tasting on February 28th that was held here just outside Saddleback Valley Quad area. All three campuses had students and staff participate. It was very exciting for everyone. And then on March 18th, we had the submission of the RFPs. And so part of the evaluation of the proposals included 9 criteria categories with a total maximum points of 105. And so after reviewing our bids, Revolution Foods came out with the highest number of points during that process. And so later on in your agenda is our recommendation for your board approval to move forward with Revolution Foods as our food vendor for next year. They will be serving SV here, Saddleback Valley, yes. So we do have one person working at each school. We do have one individual, she kind of oversees all 3 campuses. So then we would like to hire one, so we're adding an additional through this contract, yes. Any other questions? Thank you.
Right, I think on our next update is human resources.
All right. Good evening, board, Dr. Ficker, members of the board. Great to be here. I don't come here too often, but I'm excited. So it's a little, always a little bit nerve-wracking. But I'm excited to share with you, this is the time of the year when I stand in front of you again and present you with the health and welfare benefit package for our employees for the upcoming 2024-2025 school year. So I would like to first start with strategic planning, and we've talked about it a lot before, but I want to emphasize a couple things this time around. So there's a lot involved in strategic planning when we go and when we start preparation process for the upcoming benefit renewal, and we take a lot of things into consideration. One of them being broker representation. We want to make sure we have the best of the best out there representing OPA. And as you remember, back in February, I was here again presenting you with an option for us to switch to different broker. Since then, March 1st, we are with Burnham Benefits. So a lot went into this work. We interviewed quite a few different firms, and we made a decision based on their track record and their reputation in the educational world. So that was one of the strategies. And then they did a lot of good work. They went for marketing, and they're working on employee communication. They will be presenting this Friday, actually here in this honor hall, to our employees, everything that I will be presenting to you in a little bit of a snippet. They will be talking in detail to our employees, explaining what the benefit package looks like next year. And then moving on to the next slide. As you all know, it's really common knowledge that there are a lot of different trends out there in the market that influence the rates, influence all those renewal processes and things. So I wanted to kind of bring it as a slide to share with you what are those trends are. As you know, after COVID, post-COVID, there's a lot of increase in different demand. There's a lot of demand for health benefit, health coverage for people who kind of did not get coverage or care during COVID. Now they're going in and getting care. That drives the prices up. There's pharmacy demand, there's claims demand, there's so many different factors kind of influencing those renewal numbers and cost benefits for everybody actually. This slide is actually, I like this slide a lot because it kind of gives you a little bit of a slice of what our organization is right now. This data is taken from May 1st, 2024. Because it fluctuates throughout the year, right? But as of May 1st, 2024, we had 170 qualified employees qualified for health benefits, which means part-time or full-time employees. And we have 142 full-time employees and 28 part-time employees. And it also gives you a gender split, 78 of female, 20 versus 28% of male population. And then it also gives you a split of What are they choosing out of medical? We have 30% of 170 choosing Kaiser, 35% choosing United Healthcare, and 35% who waive benefits because they either have it through their spouse or other needs. And then for dental and vision, out of the number of employees who signed up for dental vision, for benefits, 71% signed up for dental and 61% signed up for vision. I also wanted to share with you OPA allowance. As you know, we have annual allowance for employees, and these numbers are calculated again. $12,000 per full-time employee and $4,750 per part-time employee. So the number that under available, that's what kind of rough estimate, those numbers are rough estimates. Those are not exactly to the point, that's rough estimates. So those are the numbers that we kind of have available. Those are the funds we have available for our employees for towards their health benefits. However, out of that number, they only use this much, which is under 36.5% underused, right? So it's hidden savings type of thing, right? So because not everybody use their allowance to the full capacity. Speaking of allowance, this year we are not bringing to the board an idea of increasing it. We're using different strategies of meeting the needs of our employees. So this is just to give you a full package of what is it that OPA actually pays for our employees. So we have $12,000 for full-time employees. We have $4,750 for part-time employees. OPA also pays for the life coverage at no cost to full-time employees. $50,000 of life insurance. And then also this year, effective July 1st, we are OPA taking on the flat fee rate for our brokers. As you remember, we talked about it last time I was presenting, the broker fee was incorporated in the renewal cost. It was really on the shoulders of our employees. This year, one of the strategies, we're taking it on OPA, right? OPA is paying for it. It's $17,000 for our coming school year. With that, we were able to successfully, and I guess I'll talk about it a little bit later, but successfully bring certain ideas to you for review, and I'll talk about it a little bit later. This slide is just to tell you what is it that we offer to our employees. We offer 2 plans under Kaiser, traditional HMO plan, high deductible plan. Under United Healthcare, we offer 4 different plans that can meet different needs of different families. Couple HMO plans, PPO plan, and high deductible plan as well. And then under Guardian, we have dental, vision, and basic life. Dental plan has 3 different options as well. So with that, this is a very important slide. Our renewal recommendations. As I said, we are working with a new broker this year, right? They went out there, they marketed, they looked at our different medical carriers, and they came back with a proposal for OPA to look into Blue Shield of California. Blue Shield of California was able to provide us with renewal numbers that are very tempting. As you can see, second column, you will see, and I'll focus right now on United Healthcare, and then I'll talk about others. On United Healthcare, with their renewal numbers, United Healthcare came back with significant increases, plus 12.2%, right? Plus 10.2% on different plans. And then Blue Shield was able to come up with 4 plans that are compatible to what we have right now in terms of benefit offers, in terms of, making sure we're matching those offers, those benefits as closely, because we don't want to give cheaper benefits for no benefit at all, right? So we wanted to spend a, amount of time to kind of compare that there's no loss of benefit, but then they came in with decrease of current plan. So we see one of the plans, let's say local access plus HMO. They are ready to, to offer it at minus 0.3%. So it's cheaper to our employees next year than it is right now, right? And especially the PPO plans, those are the good plans, and bringing it on board with significant 27.7% decrease or 25.2% decrease. This is very tempting. So with Kaiser, though, Kaiser is one of those medical carriers who don't really negotiate. They provide you with the numbers. It is what it is. There's no really option. So we are looking at 9% increase for traditional HMO and 3.2% increase with United Kaiser high deductible. And then let's look at our dental, vision, life. those are provided by Guardian. You see, they are coming back and renewing. We're currently with Guardian, so we're renewing them at the decrease of 10.9%. Why? Because we took away the commission that was built in. Now that OPA pays that flat rate fee, we're able to provide this benefit at a lesser cost. So that's going to demonstrate, as you can see, 10.9% for dental vision and the life benefit at 18 minus 18.3% for that. So our recommendation to you, and that will be an action item later on today, to approve a renewal with Kaiser, switching from United Healthcare to Blue Shield of California, and renewing with Guardian for dental, vision, and life. In addition to medical, dental, vision, we also offer this additional benefits, optional benefits to employees. They have an option to sign up. Colonial, it's life insurance plans, short-term disability, very popular with our younger population who's expecting to build families, and so they're planning for it. So that's very popular plan. Accident and all other, there are a number of different ones. And also we are partnering with Schools First Federal Credit Union that offers 4 different plans for retirement purposes. I guess those are optional and available to our employees. And next couple of slides, I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but I wanted to just kind of make sure that you're aware that even though we're switching to Blue Cross, Blue Shield of California, the mental health resources, the employee assistance program is still there. We still offer those. We take it very seriously to be able to have those options available, mental health resources, employee assistance program, and things like that. So with that, I'm concluding my presentation, and I want to say that all of this wouldn't be as easy as Dr. Lewis. He supported me through the whole process. I think first day of your journey with us, we were interviewing brokers, right? So I appreciate his support. Dr. Lewis?
I'd love to add a couple comments if that's okay with the board. So yes, very first day I arrived in January and we were interviewing brokers. I have to tell you, I've been through many health and welfare renewals. OPA was not going into a great situation. I have to give the board credit for making some important moves that have put us in a position where we're having very good renewal for our employees in circumstances that shouldn't be great. So one, hiring Burnham, shifting brokers, allowing that recommendation to go through was very smart. 2, moving that fee to the OPA side rather than the employee side for the broker. It's taking us from what would have been probably plus 12% overall on that side to basically negative on healthcare. We got a large group renewal on United Healthcare for a very tiny population. Only 30% of employees. So the fact that they came in and gave us richer opportunity within that, the less money was. I think that was the power. They're just a big agency. And I also really want to recognize Eva. She has just really been engaged in this every step of the way. She's been going through the broker selection, making sure that if we are making a move from one program to another, that our employees will be advantaged and disadvantaged. And she's really prepared for it. We have a big open. She just making sure the presentations are exactly so. Really do think she's done a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I open it up to you to any questions, for any questions.
So I just want to be clarified. So us taking on that 70,000 will decrease in cost of these employees with they
Yes,
on a monthly basis.
exactly. Yes, exactly.
Thank you.
Some of the premiums will go up, but not as high. So Kaiser is
gonna go high anyway. So
the entire healthcare industry is rising. There's been a lot of pent-up demand for COVID. Everything's escalating, wages, cost of doing business, materials, supplies. So by shifting that, for example, Kaiser just gone up, but it would have gone up. So we're moving costs from the employee side to the cost. That's powerful. Health and welfare choices.
All right, moving on.
Well, in conjunction with health and welfare. Comes employee compensation. And I just really want to take a moment to thank the board of the board of directors for all of your work that you've done all year long to really focus on taking care of our employees and making sure that we provided compensation for them. So I know it was near and dear to your heart in those conversations, and I want to make sure that our employees, feel that and know that and embody that, because it really resides with you to do that delicate dance of how do we take care of our employees? How do we show that we value them, but be fiscally responsible and balance everything in the end, given the governor's news or revise or COLA projections, you have to make that all work on this end. So I am very pleased tonight on behalf of the board of directors to offer our employees the compensation for the 24-25 school year of a 2% one-time off schedule offer. Of course, this is pending board approval. But as we look into what that really means, an off-schedule offer is just one that is guaranteed for that year period alone. It will be calculated based on the November 1, 2024 payroll salary schedule, and it will be delivered November 15th of 2025. No, 24, sorry. It should be payable November 15th, 2024. On your regular payroll, and it will be just in time for some holiday celebration and some good news for families. This allows OPA to enhance our employee compensation without impact to the future, and it gives us some time to really dive into that fiscal landscape, make sure that the board of directors is informed of what that landscape looks like, with hopefully a new CBO coming on board to do some of that analytical work along with myself. So we look forward to doing that and seeing what we would be able to offer in the future for our employees. But I do think this is a very sound offer this year. What that would mean for our average employees, just so you have some baseline, contingency to work from, our average classified employee would receive about $160, $826 of that payment, where our average classified or certificated employee would come in around $1,776. Now, this is just a ballpark average, but to give you some perspective on where those numbers would land and what that all means. I know that we worked with our fiscal department and Rosa very diligently, along with the executive board. I know that Dr. Henry weighed in on all of this as she represents many of the employees. And then I know that we went through our HR, so I want to just thank Eva as well, because she did so many of the calculations, especially with the daily averages or the employee averages. And then I want to make sure that we especially honor Dr. Lewis for all of his work, going through diligently the time that he was here to make sure that we could offer the maximum amount and make that recommendation to the board. So thank you all for all of your effort. And then finally, as I wrap up, I do want to extend on behalf of myself and the board, this is a generous offer that we can confidently and comfortably offer right now. Again, it does give us some time to observe that fiscal landscape and see what we would be recommending in the future. And then it would allow the board to offer compensation to our employees, as we know that that fiscal landscape and inflation is rising, and we want to help do our part in helping them kind of meet that and traverse that. So at this time, I just want to open it up for questions if anybody has questions.
Will be in addition to the staff and
That's absolutely correct. So the staff would actually matriculate up to their normal step and column, should they be entitled to step and column, no matter where they are, depending on where they are on that salary schedule. And then this would be factored in on next year's rate, that 24-25 rate, after they receive that step and column. So it'd be in addition to that.
Out state landscape budget, looking at what's going on in neighboring districts, and some having to deal with layoffs.
That's our first priority is to be able to have. And then on top of that, we're going to do. It's like.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one other item. So in preparing for next year, we want to make sure that we set the board's calendar. And so I've just prepared a calendar for the third week of the month. And we could either have it on a Wednesday or on a Thursday. On behalf of the staff, the Thursday day does work a little bit better in terms of posting the agendas, preparing it and running it through our legal processes, just to make sure that all of those i's are dotted and the t's are crossed. I do have a copy of both of these for you to just preview. And then we will be bringing this item back for an action item a little bit later on in the June agendas, but I just wanted you to have that as food for thought.
Thank you, Dr. Burger. All right, moving on to community input. Members of the public may comment on items listed on the agenda or non-agendized items. To address the board, please fill out or have to address the board of directors and submit it online or in person prior to the start of the meeting. Once called upon, state your name and whether or not you have children at open schools. Comments are not to exceed 3 minutes per individual. Comments will be accepted for a total of 3 minutes per agendized and non-agendized items. A speaker may not relinquish their time to another person. All meetings are recorded via Zoom. Do we have any community input? We do not. Okay, perfect. Items for consent. Items listed under the consent are voted by the board in one motion. There's no discussion of these items prior to the vote unless a member of the board or staff requests specific items to be pulled from the consent. The executive director recommends approval of all consent items. Following the approval of the board, each item shall be deemed to have been considered in full and adopted as recommended. And there is item A, approval of minutes, item B, educational services and curriculum. It has our bell schedules, also our reading curriculum. Item C is student services. Oh, sorry, that was bold. D is operations, human resources, approval of the personnel report, and was amended to the approve the health spelling and welfare benefit package. As well as under E, operations and fiscal, approval of the check registers, 2, approval of the Education Protection Act plans, and approval of the central office lease. Is there any changes that need to be made? No other changes. Okay. All with that being said, can I please receive a motion? I make a motion. I will second it. All those, is there any discussion needed on any of the consent? Okay. All those in favor, say aye. 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 All right. Moving on to items for action. Approval of Chief Business Officer Compensation Study. The California Nonprofit Integrity Act of 2024 mandates that the board of directors review comparable executive compensation packages for educational executives upon initial hiring of the educational executive. It is recommended the board of directors approve action item A. All those in favor? Do we have any discussion? Do we have any discussion? No?
No, sorry, who can that please?
Study?
And then instead of this.
YMC, outside council.
Any other? All right, with that, all those in favor? Aye. B, approval of the revised admin following schedule to replace the COO to the CBO. The following revision has been made to the 2023 to 2025 OPA administrative salary schedule. The replacement of the chief operation officer position with the chief business officer position effective May 16th, 2024. It is recommended that the board of directors approve action item B. May I please have a motion? Any discussion?
In the south.
Please.
Significant differences. The schedule now that you.
Yes, so there is a increase. The COO was at a slightly lower level. The CBO, based upon salary study prepared by YMC, suggested that we would take the COO range up by 5% in order to be competitive and appropriate.
Job description.
Yes. Yes, the job description, which was previously approved, is a more robust job description. It's providing stronger leadership on the fiscal side of the house, where the COO was more focused on HR and operations such as food services, facilities, things like that. This is a larger scope of responsibility.
All right, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, item C, approval of employment agreement for the chief business officer. It is recommended that the board of directors approve action item C. Do you have a script I am supposed to read here? As to the next item regarding the approval of the chief business officer employment agreement, I am required by law to indicate prior to any vote on the employment agreement provides the following. A one-year term from July 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025. A working schedule of a minimum of 225 days in a week. A base annual salary of $203,078 for the 24-25 school year. Sick leave to accrue at the rate of 1 day per month for up to 12 days per year. $12,000 towards the annual health benefit premium. Participation in CALS and STIRS, subject to the program's eligibility requirements. I would also like to note that the annual salary is in keeping with the compensation comparable study that the board has received. With that said, may I please have a motion? Make a motion. Do we have any questions or discussion for this? I am personally very excited that we are getting this position in. I think that we are, it's very important for us as we move forward to continue to have a strong presence in these areas and, you know, to follow in your wonderful footsteps, Chuck. So, any other questions? No. With that being said, all those in favor, please say aye. 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 Okay, now that it is approved, I would like to invite our new CBO, Michael Barrow, up to the podium to introduce yourself. And please welcome.
Good evening, members of the board. I just want to express gratitude for allowing me to serve the families, staff, and the community of Oxford Preparatory Academy. I'm very excited to work with Dr. Fricker, Dr. Henry, and hopefully pick Dr. Lewis's brain in a transition, and as well to work with the rest of the staff here at OPA to meet your guys' short-term and long-term goals. So that's my mission in my position here with you guys, and hopefully, yeah, we could work and build, you know, our goals out to be successful. So thank you again for the opportunity, and I'm excited to start and be here.
Welcome.
Thank you guys.
Thank you. All right, item D, approval of the employee compensation. Compensation for the 2024-2025 school year shall be as follows. A one-time off salary schedule payment of 2% of the employee's 2024 and 2025 salary schedule placement. This payment shall be issued to all contracted employees to the organization employed as of November 1st, 2024, excluding the executive director position. This one-time payment will be paid on November 15th, 2024 payroll. It is recommended that the board of directors approve action item D. Thank you so much.
Well, glad to make the motion.
I will second. Is there any discussion or comment? I would just like to thank our team for putting together a great strategy to be able to offer something to our employees this time. And also Eva for all your amazing work on getting this done. I think it's incredible to see them have such a great team. Okay, with those all in favor, please say aye. 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 All right, so moved. Action item E, approval of the 2024-2025 food service management contract between OPA and the Revolution Foods. OPA is entering into in a FSMC with Revolutionary Foods to include breakfast and lunch meals for all OPA schools from July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025. It is recommended that the board of directors approve action item. Can I please have a motion? We'll second it. All right, any discussion?
Taste testing was done.
Yes. Thank you guys for a thorough process for this. It's great that the RFP.
You tried it all.
And okay, any other discussion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye. 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 All right, moving on to executive director report. Do you have anything else to share?
I have a couple things. I just wanted to thank everybody. This is my first board meeting, so I want to thank everybody just for the warm welcome that I've received. I've been overwhelmed and just blown away by your hospitality. So it has been a pleasure and joy just to come and join your teams, getting to know you all. I look forward to many, many conversations in our future. I've enjoyed hosting the town halls just to get to know our families and going to staff meetings and having one-on-one meetings with individual staff. It's just been a pleasure. So, for me, that is my highlights. And then I just wanted to pass around my team really quickly, just so that they can have a highlight and a shine area from their point of view. And I'm gonna start with you, Dr. Henry.
Thank you. So we're very excited with our summer program. As we shared all of the diverse programs in a previous update, but we currently have 100 more participants than we've ever had in our summer program. We're at about 266 with Mr. Brian Rectine, who's in the audience serving as our summer school principal. So we're very happy to do that. He's doing a wonderful job. You may have also seen with our enrollment study that we are busy offering placement. We're almost there and we still have a significant wait list at each of our schools in case we have other openings or we can continue to offer placements. And finally, I do want to thank our school sites, our teachers, because our students, because our CASP testing is about 90% done. We're in the last stages of makeups or people finishing, and we're looking forward to see those scores as soon as they're in. Dr. Lewis?
Yeah, I want to congratulate the board. It's nice to see some improvement to employee compensation. It's great options for health and welfare next year. So well done. A lot of hard work.
I wanted to say thank you to the board for approving the health and welfare package. I'm excited to move to the next step and get ready for the meeting on Friday. It's a big meeting. I'm excited. So thank you for.
Ms. Rose, how do you know?
I also want to thank the board for approving the service management contract. And coming and we're very excited to come to that, and I'm also very excited to have Michael start with us. Have somebody that I can talk to county in the office. I'm very excited to have Michael.
Next, Ms. Trish Luberon.
I want to share, last week, we had the pleasure of hosting our program specialist from the El Dorado Charter Selpa. She came out, Marissa Thompson is her name. She came out, we walked Saddleback Valley and the middle school. She's really excited to see the middle school. She did the Saddleback Valley before. And she loves what we do. She loves our full inclusion philosophy. She comes from that background. So it was wonderful to just kind of observe her as we walked some classrooms, talked to some kids, some adults, and she just said, we're doing such a great job. And so that made me feel good. And it also made a couple of the ed specialists she talked to feel very, very good about what the work they're doing. And, you know, every once in a while, we just need that shot, you know, from someone other than us, right? And so it was wonderful. That's my.
Last but not least, Dr. Fairman.
So, share with you these signs that we have. So this year, we're actually starting with, I would call it your campaign for all of our students, welcome them into OPA, get them excited, introduce them to our culture.
So as they accept their offer, we're actually mailing them postcards, which I know, thank you for helping us mail last week. And then once they complete all the registration paperwork, we're gonna give them yard signs to put in their yard. And just to build excitement, continue to engage with them until school starts, but also give us a little exposure on the community level in the local neighborhood.
The door employees.
That goes to you? Sure.
Yeah, you should have one, and he should have one.
And that concludes my report. Oh, sorry. One more thing. We are looking for a new board director member, and so we are starting that process. Well, we're actually renewing that process and beginning that process a little bit differently from now until the end of the school year. So a couple of days we want to keep in mind, and this information will be coming out to all of us via Parent Square and on some of our social media platforms, that we are going to send out for request for application for anyone who is interested in becoming a board member. And then we will go through that for about 2 weeks. The end of May will end the application window. We will then go into the pre-screening with our committee. And then we hope to have candidates at the next board meeting, which is June 11th. If all goes well, we would be able to onboard and go through a board reorg on June 26th. So we know this is a rapid timeline, but we want to make sure that we get that information out, inform the board of our timeline, and hope that serves you well.
Thank you for the invitation. Next is our director's report. And I do want to make one comment I forgot to mention earlier. We actually do have to move back into closed after we do our director's report. So you all don't have to stay, but we do have to move back to closed. And with that, I will turn over our director's report to start with Dr. Smith.
So I just again congratulate everyone who celebrated tonight. So much, like an abundance of talent that is in there. It's almost too much to take in. I'm just so proud of all that. And seeing the footprint we really have in the community, you know, broader. So thank you to everyone who makes these, huge things happen. And, I've also been out and about where I can. I attended all of these town halls. Appreciate all that went into making those happen. Welcome, and then I love the parent engagement on the questions that they had. So the opportunity to provide like that to I might have to go to SB English with kids. It's super cool. I know, you know, both it's Spanish, we have waiting for your service event, but it's such a special event. And I just again love the what I hear just long-standing traditions continuing and so thank you for that. And then the other event I got to attend was the middle school career day. And I just wanted to give another shout out again. It's pathetic when it's not happening. I live and breathe education in my profession every day. It's near and dear to me. So to see that just grow within OPA and giving our students all the opportunities early and often to learn about what's out in the world for them to do and educate. So thank you for that event and I'll pass it up with the channels and always for everyone pitching in, stepping up and just
I don't think I can add much more, but I do want to also acknowledge that the academics and the athletics and the first year school, that is incredible achievement, and I don't think that should be understated, so or overstated. So I appreciate all of that, and I love that we recognize both, that it's not one or the other, that we want everyone to have the best of them. And so I love that so much. And Erin Colt for STEM Teacher of the Year, that's amazing. I love what we're doing with majors, in middle school, it's so cool and so appropriate, and we want to put these amazing kids out in the world, so fantastic. And then, I wanted to also say the capstone, to see it coming to fruition after all of the work that's been put into it and the champion profiles and all the work that people have done. It's just nice to see all that come together, and I can't wait for things to, I feel like we're on this continuous improvement process, and I love that we don't want to be staying, that we want to keep that getting better and better, and that makes me super happy, super excited. So that's all I have. So thank you for all of your hard work. I know we say it all the time, but we're gonna keep saying it. Really appreciate it.
I'll say ditto. I would just like to add, a couple of things. I think it's really awesome to see how the middle school is really kind of coming together as this year closes out. It's amazing that, less than a year ago, it was a playground, or a field for a playground. So it's really exciting to see, all of our kiddos, just running across campus and excited. I was picking up a 7th grader today. And the amount of energy that you just felt on campus, regardless of where your kid was at, it was just incredible to see how live and alive it is, and just exciting. And there's so much passion here, and good positive passion, which is what you always want. And so it's exciting to see that happen in the midst of capstone and in the midst of our CAS testing, to see all the kids so excited for that. Just want to commend all the teachers and administrations and the team for making that happen. And as well as all of our kids for doing so amazing on their athletic sports, and to see those kind of rise up to the next level. And then also really a special shout out to our Cyber Patriot kiddos. That program, they started a couple years ago, and to see that now they're just thriving has been really an accomplishment. I'd also like to give kudos for everybody that was involved in getting the AC working. Amazing improvement. And I'm excited to kind of see the year kind of come to an end, and start all over again this summer. So thank you all for all your hard work. Really appreciate it. With that, we will go ahead and move back into close. And at 9:15 p.m. All right, we are reconvening back from closed session at 10:54. With that, may I please receive a motion for adjournment? Oh, there was nothing to report from closed session. Thank you. I make a motion. Any discussion? No, all those in favor? Aye. Aye. Good.